All right, let's get started. Painting Jack Nicholson from The Shining. Same palette as last time with the medium as well. So you have Old Holland Titanium White, Williamsburg Bismuth Vanadate Yellow, Williamsburg Pile Red, Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue, Michael Harding Burnt Umber. This is Gamblin Solvent Free Gel. Here, so you can see it here. Ivory Black, which we're going to mix in with Making Black of this Burnt Umber and Ultramarine Blue French from Williamsburg because we're trying to use this up. We're adding the black to make it darker and ensure it's more neutral, so we can move the temperature to of it as how we please a little bit easier, so it's not leaning one direction too much. And we have linseed oil here. We have odorless mineral spirits in the bottom here. This is a canvas, 16 inches by 12 inches. This is stained with the Williamsburg Burnt Umber. And I have a grid on here into 16 different sections. So, yeah. So let's get the paint in the palette and we'll start our sketch. There is a chance I might have to bring in a stronger orange for this painting, but we'll wait until we need it or not. You know how big of a fan I am. Mr. Golden Bear. You never chime in, and when you do... No, you're thinking of the Shirley Temple. All right, let's do our sketch of Jack Nicklaus. So we're gonna paint this painting with thick paint again, but we're gonna still sketch with solvent. And because I think that was beneficial to the painting and how I want to learn how to paint. Some loose bristles in this thing. It's okay. Oh, awesome. Nice to see you, Funny Bunny. Glad to see you again. Hope you're doing well. And you're going to go do some painting yourself, you said? That's good. Thank you for stopping by beforehand. Yeah, I'm doing well. The usual stuff. Nice. What are you going to paint? Nice. That sounds like an awesome, that sounds like a fantastic night. I am jealous. Very jealous. Damn, I want to do that now. Yep, but it sounds, that's like not the type of stuff that gives me like anxiety. That just sounds like relaxing to me. Get some good food or cook. Well, good. I'm glad, and thank you again for stopping by. It's nice to see you again. I was thinking about you the last time I was streaming. Yeah, definitely. No worries, and it's partly why I put them on the YouTube and stuff like that. Except that you miss the charm of it being live. And this high-paced painting action. That's so high-paced. Yeah, definitely. I've been making fun of myself lately in the last few streams where it's like I get in the stretch where I'm like not talking and just focusing on painting. But painting is just kind of like a slow process. Just like this painting is so high paced. How is anybody watching this? I might need more room on that. But it's okay. Okay. A 9-hour speed, yeah. A nice 9 to 10 hour speed run. But actually, my last two paintings weren't that slow. My last two were like, my last one was what, 6.5, and the one before that was like 7. Wasn't that bad. Was not that bad. I'm gonna struggle with the position of this mouth, but we're gonna make a. There's an angle. It's in the middle. The nose is gonna be somewhere like nostril 1, nostril 2. Okay, there's that. That's probably a little too high. That's a bright spot. how crazy he looks. Let's pull out a smaller brush. Oh no. Well, let's do this. Let's get some of this darker. That eye needs to be lower. Where the hell is it? Try this. Mm-hmm. What's up, Lady Aethria? Nice to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. Ugh. Let's measure this eye. .667. So 2.667. When in doubt, we measure. Okay. Okay, good enough. All right. I know this looks like the works of a madman, and you're correct. So, it's going to look bad for quite a while. Sketching your stuff. These eyes have difficult placement. Alright, we're going to pull out a bristle brush. So a bristle brush, because we're not going to use solvent to paint. We're not going to do a blocking in part. We're just going to go right into thick paint. If we need to redo stuff, we'll redo stuff, but that's how we're going to roll. So I'm going to get rid of this paint with the solvent in it. Not all of this is like tainted with solvent, but solvent will is not ideal for this situation. You're painting thickly. Okay, so let's start off with some of the darks. Okay. So the medium we're going to use for this is this the solvent-free gel. So in this early stage, we're going to focus on not painting super thick, even though we're using thick paint, but we're gonna spread it around a good amount. So we're not like gonna overly commit to some things, just to make sure that our sketch is more accurate dimensionally. And I'm adding a little burnt umber to this black. So technically that will lighten it up a little bit, a very tiny amount. but it will make the temperature warmer of the paint, which is something that we want. If you want me to elaborate on that, let me know. So as we get to the bottom, we're going to add some red. This. Just brighten up a little bit. Okay. I usually don't do the background first, but I felt like it. By the way, ads are going to start in about 3.5 minutes, so we're going to take our break during them. So, if you need to go solve like the global hunger problem or Middle Eastern peace, then it's a good time to do it. And it'll just be a 5-minute break, so we'll start in a couple minutes. Well, yeah, I mean, how could such a patriot system himself if that's all he needed? He had no ulterior motives. But people who watch my stream, I also have such high expectations. So I expect both those things to be solved. World hunger and Middle Eastern peace during this around 5-minute break. Or else. Hey, Amy Joe, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, we're painting some Jack Nicholson. Or I might claim that this is a self-portrait during one of my benders in Colorado. All right, I'm gonna take that break. So you guys know your assignments. You have 5 minutes. All right, see you then. Good, Amy Joe. As you should. Oh, what the hell? Funny Bunny. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Yeah, there was homework, Amy Jo. There was solving world hunger and peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Funny Bunny. Holy free holies. You're so kind. Holy guacamole. Yeah, now you get my sweet painting emotes. Well, come on, Amy Jo. I have high expectations for my viewers. Specifically, solving world hunger and peace in the Middle East. Look at that, Elaine. You're a subscriber again. Finn. All right. Well, that's exciting. Thank you again, Funny Bunny. It was really kind. Well, all right. Well, we do have some time. You can't eat your last effort? Well, that is unfortunate. Thank you. Well, that's very kind of you, Funny Bunny. All right. Well, let's start getting in some. Let's start getting in some skin tones. After that exciting break. A little darker. The skin and the top. I picked this because there's some pretty high contrast between the skin tones. Like some really heavy. I actually desaturated the overall color in the painting a little bit because some of these colors were impossible to hit, at least with what I had. But even so, I didn't do it that much. So like the skin at the top is like super red. It's very interesting. That's one thing with like picking your references off of Google that you could run into is people changing the saturation levels of the colors to make it more like stylized and stuff. But what that means is it makes the skin tones less natural and it can make them impossible to actually mix. Like if you wanted to hit exactly what is shown. Now, one thing to also consider though is like the light in the context of what the reference is taken in. Could have a huge effect on obviously the warmth and color that you see in the skin. But just based on like the other ones I saw and how Kubrick would like these movies, I don't think it was this saturated in the film. much yellow. Once again, this high-paced painting where I'm mixing a singular color for a small mark doesn't look like it did anything at this point. That's how this stream goes. High-paced. Super, super high-paced. So one thing you might be noticing that I'm lighting up colors, but I'm not using white, because you have to treat white like a color. So white, yes, it makes things brighter, but it also desaturates warm colors. Yes, Amy Jo, I only work in oils. Oh, Funny Bunny, if you're there too, I was telling some other people, but pretty soon I'm going to do a stream where I make my own oils, if you had any interest in seeing that. I haven't ordered the stuff yet, but it won't take long to get it when I eventually do. But, so for this palette, for anybody that's curious, here's my lesson for the day. When we want to make a color brighter, we either use the yellow or the white. And as far as brightness goes, they are actually the same brightness. My white and my yellow. Might be hard to believe, it's just that the yellow is fully saturated. And the white is obviously not. But the white is also extremely cool and opaque. So what happens is these two will actually, because this is a cool and this is warm, will actually cancel out temperatures, and the white will actually desaturate the yellow will actually desaturate the white. Yeah, Funny Buddy, it's actually a lot easier than you expect, and it saves about 70% outside of like the initial materials cost of like, you know, getting like a glass molar and like some tubes and stuff. But if you have that stuff, the paint is about 70% cheaper. So like, I can make a large tube of burnt umber for $8. Yeah. So, and part of the reason why is I'm not happy with my burnt umber, or the burnt umbers I've been using. And so there's a company that sells like 12 different kinds in pigment form. So we're gonna make a bunch of burnt umber and test them out and see which one I like the best. Because I am a maniac. It's important to remember that. Yeah. The paint maniac. Looking back on it, I probably should have changed my name to that instead of I'm painting badly. At the time, I chose I'm painting badly. I was empirically painting badly. Painting goodly. I was thinking about altering it at one point to I'm painting mediocrely. All right, nice to see you again, Funny Bunny. Thank you so much for the gift subs. That was super kind of you. Really appreciate it. And good use of the emotes. Ha, Dia. I thought that would be funny, but I thought it would just lose its edge really quickly. Oh shit, wait. Buddy. Popping off, thank you. Bye for now, we'll see you soon. Thank you. Well, now you're stuck here, Dia. You have no choice. There's no leaving now. Not painting badly? Well, see, like, the thing is, I don't want to sound like a pompous prick. Like, I'm pretty sarcastic. And so it's like, it'd be like, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm a super good, awesome painter. Because I don't think I am, but I'm trying to be. One day. Painting okayly. I do like that one. That would be pretty funny. Let's consolidate. We'll see. It might be too late to change, though, at this point, Odia. So, also, here's another lesson for you. If any of you are painting, this applies to acrylics as well. Probably not to watercolors. But if you have chalkiness, or what you perceive as chalkiness, in your color, that is a temperature issue. And by temperature, it means that your paint is, your color is too cool. Cool meaning it leans towards like a bluish tint. And every color has, warm and cool and neutral, right? So yellow is a warm color, but my yellow is fairly neutral, and I measured this. My red is a pure red. There's no blue, there's no green, there's no yellow, there's nothing else in this, pure red. So this is actually a neutral primary red. So it's good for tinting. Ultramarine blue has more red than yellow in it. So when that happens, it's considered a warm blue, even though blue itself is cool. Now white, as its hue, titanium white at least, actually has a bluish, almost purple tint or hue to it. So titanium white is actually a very cold white. That's why I say you got to treat it like a color. But so with that, it makes things chalky because you're making things cooler when you add it in. And that's like what chalky appears to be. So the way to fix chalkiness when you're painting is to add a warmer color, or is to change the temperature. So in this case, when I make a color brighter, I use yellow and white to balance each other out. And that's my lesson for the day. So this works on the opposite spectrum with my palette. So my palette is very very intentionally designed this way, I guess. So when I'm darkening color, I use burnt umber and ultramarine blue, but they once again they cancel each other out. So if I wanted to make this yellow darker, if I need to make it cooler, I'll add ultramarine blue. But if it just needed to be neutral yellow and darken it, I'll add both in equal amounts of burnt umber and ultramarine blue, because those colors will cancel each other out, and all I'm left with is the yellow. So that's my second lesson for the day. And I don't know why I'm explaining this, but I felt like explaining it. That was a mistake. I don't know what it's looking there. Stop judging me. As you should, Dia. You should be judging. You should be constantly thinking like, oh, that was a terrible brush stroke. Oh man, this guy sucks. That's the appropriate response. Let's clean that up. You can always start. I have not been painting for that long. I've only been painting for 19 months? 20 months. It was October 2021 is when I did my first oil painting. And so that's what I'm saying, Dia. I'm a maniac. Well, remember I said, Dia, it was when I created the name. Here, I'll show you, Dia. I don't know if you saw this, but this was in one of my posts. My first portrait. I'll show you it. So this was my first portrait. This was October 2021. And I don't know, I get obsessed. So I got obsessed with painting, and I taught myself with YouTube videos and by doing it. But there was always a steady progression. I mean, I've done well over 100 paintings. Thank you. So, I don't know. It's I know it could be, I guess, shitty of me saying, like, keeping my name on I'm painting badly, but I'll say this. There was a period of time, like I said, that it was a long period of time where that was equivocally true. Yep. I mean, since December, Amy Jo, since December, I've probably done 60 sessions or 70 sessions. I mean, I kind of average somewhere around a 3 a week. Somewhere in that range. Because I took a break from painting in this time that I started. But I have a huge benefit that I think a lot of people don't have to a certain extent. Is I enjoy the process quite a bit. So like I don't dread like sitting down and painting for 10 hours to a certain extent. Like I'm not gonna say it's easy all the time. But like I mentally prepare for it. So it's not like it's not difficult to get myself to like go paint something. So like I would consider that I guess, I don't think that's the case for a lot of people. I think a lot of people like parts of the process, but not the entirety of it. And I've also adapted my process to like not include certain things that I don't like, but that also forced me to have to improve. So like, for example, I used to do like a very intensive grid when I painted. And so it took me a while to draw stuff, and then I started playing around with like basically eyeballing it. And now I do like a 16-part grid and kind of take care of it that way. And then like I struggled a lot with like mixing colors for a period of times and hitting values. I still struggle with hitting values. But I spend a lot of, well, I really try to match, like I've worked on matching my colors and color theory and essentially value theory to get myself into a better spot with those things. Because to me, for how I want to paint, those are the most important things. That's going to be too dark. Oh, nice. Your posh gray tone glass. Nice. Yeah, I used to paint against white, comical. And nice to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. I it threw my values off, and at the time I wasn't like mature enough, I guess, in my painting knowledge to understand how it affected my vision. So a lot of my paintings ended up too light because everything looks so dark against the white. And so I strongly prefer darker. So, because I've actually measured this palette, and it's actually darker than true neutral, a little bit. But once you kind of like really understand how you have to account for that and how you see paints, it helps quite a bit. That's great to hear. I feel like that was a knock against me, comical flop. So one thing, comical flop, I don't know how in depth you like going, but the reason I know my palette is not true neutral is because there's this this is a color reader, and it has a like bulb that you would like set, like, I could set it down here and measure the color. And so I measured all my oil paints and I measured my palette, and it gives you an RGB color reading. And that has actually helped me quite a bit in understanding like how dark or light my colors actually are. And it's just like it's an app on your phone that it reads to, so it connects to your phone through like Bluetooth. And yeah, it's it has been a good tool for me. But if that's something you enjoy, so like I have an Excel sheet, and if you wanted to see it, I could bring it up too, like after the next break or something. But God, sorry, it's tough to think and paint at the same time. But yeah, it has every paint that I own, I have measured. I've also measured some mixtures, like I measured my black mixture. I do stuff like that. Man, this nose is a mess. It is fun, isn't it, Amy Jo? There's a period of time it looks like complete and utter dog shit. But just like certain things you do makes it look more and more accurate. What's up, Mudworks? This is your first time chatting here? Hope you're doing well. I was enjoying your stream earlier while we were nerding out about clay manufacturing, or not clay manufacturing, but clay part manufacturing. Sorry, that was not meant as a guilt trip, so I apologize. Not calling you out. You have to be, once you're here longer, I'll start doing that. Those are probably too close together, but that's okay. Thanks for all you being here. I do appreciate it. That is probably too severe. Beards are weird. They can be weird. That's just become super saturated. Let's see what's that. So I think nails are weirder, Mudworks, but Amy Jo, so the issue at hand is I like to paint in a simplified manner, right? So my goal for a painting is to make as little brushstrokes as possible. And so that you could see what I'm trying to paint in that little amount, right? So I'm never going to paint individual strands of hair, right? So when you get like patchy beards, right, what's the best way to convey that in a simple manner? So like this hair up here is super easy because it's just forms, there's shapes, right? But when you get like patches and the color is not necessarily consistent, you have to make, in my opinion, difficult choices on how to convey that. So it's like it requires like a level of maturity from me that I like maturity in my art knowledge and skill that I don't think I'm there yet. So it's like a challenging thing for me. Especially like this our right side where we see this patchiness. Yeah, and you can do that. See, but the issue is like hard lines Because like if you have a bright spot, but then it's like it's hard to measure those colors. But then it's like if it's not, there's, it's like it's like, so you'd be surprised by like how light those colors in the beard are, but they're, since the camera has higher definition, you get to see more of it, right? Than what like painting can do. Read like Muddy. All right. Get out of here, Muddy Works. Muddy Works. I'm gonna call you that now. No. So knowing that we can't achieve that amount of detail makes it tough. But what I'm probably gonna end up doing is just take a couple very literal, loose, like light pressured strokes over it, and hope for the best. But I might have to rework it a little bit. Is probably where we're at. But so like when I'm painting beards, I generally I simplify them quite a bit. But I've done other like patchy beards. So it's not something like, I'll figure it out. Yeah, no, it's you run into stuff like that, right? It's like, it's the uniqueness of unique challenges that you face when painting, right? Understanding your like own limitations is kind of part of that. Is part of that challenge, right? Or understanding the limitations of your materials is very much a part of that. Limitations, but like understanding what your materials are good at doing and what's reasonable to do. But yeah, that's a good example of like the trials and tribulations that you can face when doing a painting. That's like one of the main things I'm trying to learn as somebody who's just like really entrenched in the learning process is like, I think one of the most impressive skills personally in painting is simplification. And so outside of like understanding colors and values and like being able to hit them and but it's understanding that to convey to you that this is an eye, right? What can I ignore? Like, so like, you know, I'm not going to paint eyelashes. That's kind of an easy one because your brain will trick you into seeing eyelashes if the other shit is there. But like, how much of the iris do I need to paint? How many values, like would a smooth gradient help you? And some people will just put one layer and then do a highlight. But understanding that you're going to look at this from like 6 feet away or 10 feet away, knowing that you're not going to be able to see that, you know, that shit from that distance. So like, that's why my favorite painter is John Singer Sargent, because he was a master of understanding that, you know, his paintings were going to be viewed from 10 feet away, and that he would sorry, as I was making that brushstroke, the train of thought stopped on me all of a sudden. But he understood that distance plays a factor in how your brain conveys what you're seeing, because your brain will literally fill in gaps for you. Fill in those gaps for you when you don't see something that you're used to seeing. And he had such a grasp of that that was extremely impressive to me. And if people are curious, my favorite painters are John Singer Sargent #1, Andrew Zorn #2, and Ilya Repin #3. Anybody wanted to check those peeps out. They were all alive at the same time period, just in different parts of the world. See, like other illusions you face when you're painting is I just painted those teeth this color, right? It looks like a pink to you, most likely. John Singer Sargent, you've probably seen a few of his paintings, just through like, you know, different means, but he was a master of simplification, and there was no one better at matching color and values as him. He was a very famous portrait artist who grew to hate doing portrait work because he was just like working with like rich people in the late 1800s. And then he basically got like kicked out of France, where he's doing a lot of work, because he painted oh, he's like, here. Do we want to take a quick look at his here? All right, we're doing Learning Corner. This is my new segment. 1 second. We're doing Learning Corner. Okay. Learning Corner. This is this one in the upper left that I'm pointing to. The woman in the thin strap dress is the one that got him kicked out of France. I think it was France. We'll just say Europe. This was a big scandal for the time period. What's up, Jake? Nice to see you. So a lot of these portraits are just like rich socialites, and there's huge lines for them. This one is probably my most favorite painting of his. This one took him about a year to do, and he had these poor little girls posing during that year for this. But it's just, and it's a huge painting, but it's just so perfect. No worries, Amy Jo. But this one is my second favorite painting of his. I mean, his use of values, the colors, like the grass, but like getting into like detail. Let's see if I can zoom in. Well, look at the grass, right? The grass is not like gradients or anything like that, but it's just like he's just taking a slab of paint and just making marks. He's not blending anything because he knows that this is good enough, and his colors and values are right. But when you look at it from 10 feet away, it looks absolutely perfect. He had one of the best grass, but like, look at the clothes. I can't zoom in anymore. But you see the clothes have harsh highlights at times. They're not blended, right? But what he absolutely does is nail the colors and the values. And you see there's like a purple here. Vegas. Is that the one with like the woman dancing in front of people playing the guitars? But yeah, so this is my second favorite painting of his. El Jaleo is one of my favorites as well. This one, I think, is spectacular. But once again, if we go in close, you're not going to see, like, look at the forms of the guitars. Those guitars aren't like perfect straight lines. They're not. Once again, no blending. Oh, I see. And look, he's using black, which a lot of people disagree with. But it's correct. Like, it's correct to paint with black. It is what it is. Let's see. He did some watercolor work too. And he did some charcoal drawing stuff. But his most famous work were his oil paints. I think this is a watercolor. These are watercolors, I know. I don't know. I could look at this stuff all day. But and then you see my work, and you can see that it's almost exactly like his. You can see how we're very comparable. Thank you, Mudworth. Just the same skill level as one of the greats. That's why I stream. I only stream for the praise. It's the only reason. Same old picture. Exactly. But getting back to it, like Andrew Zorn was famous for using a limited palette for a lot of his works. So Andrew Zorn only used 4 colors in his palettes. He used titanium white, he used cad red light, which is like my red and my yellow, kind of with a heavier red, but some of the yellow mixed in. It's around there. He used yellow ochre, which is like if you were to mix my brown with a little bit of blue and a decent amount of my yellow is where it'd be about. And then he used black, ivory black. But he was a master of contrasting temperatures and colors to make you see. Yep, okay, there we go, Imogen. Oh, Mudworks, I'm sorry. Obviously. But Andrew Zorn, so the vast majority of his paintings, he only used those 4 colors. And he was able to make you see blues and greens that you wouldn't think is possible if you were just to mix them normally. Because what he did is he contrasted their temperatures to certain severities. Oh, that's a nude woman. I gotta be careful. Doesn't have a lot. So let's just now he would use green, like occasionally pull out greens, but this is like a good example of one that was using those 4 colors. But like you see certain marks, there were boobs, yep. But you see some, like there's areas of this painting that almost look blue or purple. Right? But they're not. But that's not blue. That's just using black and white. And but the reason why this stuff looks blue is because the intense oranges and reds and yellows he's creating here, right? Not to mention his like great use of contrast and lights and darks, because these yellows and oranges are not that dark, but then he uses just straight white here. And he's a very also loose and expressive painter, but he conveys a lot with just 4 colors. Now, like I said, he did a lot of portrait work himself, so there were times he used greens. I gotta be careful about not scrolling to the boobs. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna hide this before I go back. Yeah, there's a lot of boobs here. And full frontal, Jesus. There's one specifically there's actually two specifically that I want to show you. Yeah, this is one of them. This is one of my favorite artworks of his. Looks like I can't zoom in. Well, I stream like I have nothing to lose. Because I truly don't. No, so this was just done with those 4 colors, but you look at the range of values he achieves and how he makes things look. He makes you see the colors differently than kind of what they actually are because of what's around them. And so he really abuses your brain into seeing the values and colors completely different. But this one in particular, I think, is spectacular. Not to mention that, what's it? Just like, it's an interesting composition and everything around that, but he's painting very loosely and expressively. But I want to find one more for you. One of his more famous ones. I didn't realize he had this many nudes in his collection. There it is, okay. All right. Lots of naked ladies, yeah. This is the, oh yeah, no, I mean, I'm not against it at all. So, speaking of the expressive nature of like, so we zoom in and you see how like loose these brushstrokes are. You see how there's hard lines. Like, he's not taking a fine detail brush to any of this shit, right? But you see how look at this hair. It looks green, and that's kind of the best green that the Zorn palette can achieve. Of course you would, Amy Jo. But compositionally, this is fine women. But like you see, like how it looks blue, but it's really just kind of a neutral gray. But because comparatively to all the warm use of colors and lights, but you see like a lot of these marks just seem really like fucking sloppy. But we zoom out as much as we can, and it looks completely natural. Oh, that's a good emote. But I love this piece. Yeah, Andrew Zorn was a stud. All right. And that was my new segment, The Learning Corner, where I just compliment artists that I really like. Hope you all enjoyed it. It was sponsored by RC Cola. So then we get to my painting, which looks just as good, if not better, than Mr. Zorn. Needs more boob. So should I just throw a couple boobs right on his forehead, maybe? That might be good. Good addition. Boob ice cubes might be good. Just hide some nips in there. We'll figure it out. I'll get like you know, I'll be able to throw some stuff in there. I have a feeling she'd find them in a heartbeat. It'd probably be like the first thing she notices. Oh look, there's tits on this. Make mine boobs. Some magnum boobs. I'll figure out a way to slip some boobs in here. I'm being a little loose here with where I'm applying this color, but it's because a lot of this is kind of that bright, but it's really not that bright of a color compared to some other stuff I've been mixing recently. The thing is, like with Andrew Zorn, like kind of the shit he was doing. The problem is I don't have the confidence yet to paint like he does, where it's like leaving like a mark that like from the distance I'm painting from looks objectively messy. There's like a certain level of like courage involved in that that I do not have yet. Yeah, I mean, definitely, yeah. I mean, especially because, like, it's almost part of their greatness is to understand that those marks are good, or more, a better way of saying it is just they're good enough to convey what they're trying to do. And I think that's why people enjoy seeing it so much. Yeah. Yep. And I'm kind of working towards that. That's why also I partly try and paint fast. So I kind of like don't let myself linger on stuff. And I mean, just kind of make myself think quickly and like, what's the best way to like paint confidently, right? No, think, just paint. Yeah. No, like that's really one of the things I'm like trying to do. That's why I use like a large brush. Like you notice, I've done this like entire thing with. What is this? This is a size 6, so it's not like tremendously big or anything like that. But I'm holding it from the end. I take measures like that to kind of help with my kind of like my confidence in doing things along those lines. So like you'll never see me paint like this. I'm very uncomfortable doing that, frankly. And it's not a knock against anybody who does do that. It's just I just kind of always focused on painting or wanting to paint in that loose, expressive style. Oh shit, all right. We're gonna add starting in 30 seconds. So your homework while I'm gone to solve global warming and solve the immigration issue across all countries. So we got 5 minutes, 5-minute break. That's your homework. Ads are starting in 10 seconds. All right, 5 minutes. right, so who solved global warming? I think that was on you, Amy Jo. Oh, fantastic. That's great news. Thank you. Yeah, pretty much. If we tax them appropriately and not have an obscene military budget, we could solve a lot of these issues pretty easily. All right, let's start doing these eyes. Yep. Amy Jo, I don't know. I think you're American too. I imagine based on that that statement. Our country kind of sucks. And Mudworks. I know you're in Virginia. I believe you're in Virginia. Yeah, Dia. I think Dia said she was in the Northeast. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Dia's in Vermont, that's right. Yeah, well, Amy Jo, you have to deal with what, the Tories? Right? The Tories are the ones who are assholes in England. Yeah. Yeah, it's I just need to get enough money where I can disappear and just paint and do whatever I want every day. Yeah, it's the polite version. Oh, hi, Dia. We were just talking about asshole politicians. Trump, I win, yeah. Johnson. Oh, Boris Johnson, yeah. Yeah. gotta take off some of this black paint. The thing that's really disturbing about Boris Johnson, though, is how calculated some of his buffoonery has been. Like, he's still a buffoon, but, like, you know, there's, like, videos of him, like, intentionally messing up his hair before, like a speech and shit. That's, like, to me, it's, like, really disturbing. Yeah. And it's just like they can be all so freaking soulless. Yeah. It's really, yeah, like disturbing is because it's like, okay, so you are pretending, at least in some capacity, to be this like soulless buffoon who's like unequivocally trying to do terrible shit. And knowing that somebody can like be like that is just so depressing. Kind of reminds me of Ted Cruz, frankly. I am thinking about doing if I don't know if any of you have seen that Instagram of the guy who's doing the Republicans in drag, the Republicans, like it's called. I'm thinking about doing one of their portraits as, you know, a drag queen. Oh, I know. DeSantis was a big candidate for Mud Works. DeSantis is scary because he's so blatantly working towards fascism, and where he's not like, in a sense, Trump is less scary than him because DeSantis is smarter, and yeah, and I don't think DeSantis is capable of winning in the current climate, but I'm terrified if he does. Yep, I just saw that, Amy Jo. It makes me want to burn everything down. Fuckers. Fucking fuckers. It pissed me off so much. It makes me want to move out of the country so much. Yeah, isn't it? It's really saying something because, see, the Trump just wants to be in charge of everybody and everybody do what he says, which is terrible. I despise Trump with a huge passion. The thing is, DeSantis is actively working to make Republicans in power for like eternity. Yeah. Well, I'll let you know when I do the drag portrait thing because I'll probably do it now. I'm always looking for references. But DeSantis seems like he has methods of making that happen, which is the very, very scary part of this all. Oh, that's fantastic. You just know all their freaking homophobia is just based in like suppressed like homosexuality or their own desires. Just fetishizing it. Fuckers. Oh, they don't. Yeah, no, it's clearly because it's what gets them donations. It's what gets them, votes, which is like just as gross, frankly. Yeah, when they just tried to also run a coup, like, oh yeah, they're fucking patriots. Insults. So we're now in the middle of my political segment called I Hate Republicans. Sponsored by Bud Light. Bud Light's also a bunch of assholes too. I shouldn't even say that they're a sponsor. Yeah. My new segment, Republicans Suck. Sponsored by Bud Light. Yep, no, they obviously don't give a shit. I mean, the only reason why they used her in the first place is because they thought it would, get them points with the left and, the community. But then they just abandoned her once, And just like as a business move, it would have been smarter just to stick to their fucking guns. If they just would have stuck with it, they would have, and taken like a correct stand. Fuckers. It might be too red. Too red? Too much blue. Fantastic. No, this stream is actually sponsored by the COVID vaccine. That'll be a good way to root people out. No worries, Mudworks. Thanks for stopping by. Shit me, Bill. Thanks, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate that. Yeah, enjoy. Enjoy or else. I like to threaten my viewers, by the way. I don't know how often you run into this, Amy Jo, but in the States, or like, unfortunately, I just have like family members that will start talking to you about like shitty things, like, you know, my dad specifically, unfortunately, was a Trump supporter. But they talk to you like they assume, especially because I'm a straight white male, and I'm also in a field that has a lot of people that don't share the viewpoints I share. So you'll get people who just assume that I'm a fucking idiot. And I don't know how often that happens, and I imagine it happens in other countries just as much so, actually. I guess that would be short-sighted of me to not think that. Yes, I do, Odia. I love that shit. It's great. It's wonderful. She's built an awesome community there. Thank you. I mean, but it's not like you guys never make me feel uncomfortable whatsoever. I know you're teasing me. But like, I'm one of the straights. Yeah. Us straights are coming for Jess's street. Yeah. Yeah, definitely Amy Jo. My sister, who might still be watching, was a huge influence on me with regards to my politics when I was like, I guess where I was just like, I didn't think about it that much. And then it just kind of all came together. There are straights in Justice Stream, Amy Jo. You're talking with one of them. It's unbelievable, isn't it? But don't tell Jess. I need to keep my street cred. Yeah. No, but Jess is awesome. I really enjoy her stream. She's fostered a lot of... Well, everybody has really fostered it, but the community's really cool. Oh, yeah. Well, I got a fake. You are very inclusive. Frankly, if I was kicked out, I'd be depressed. Yeah. I completely agree with you. And I love how she just tortured its armpit. Even that scumbag Wheeler. She's definitely a good one. Too fucking dark. Gay for pay? $20 is $20. Who am I to say no? No, unfortunately. Well, I don't know, unfortunately for who. I'm grotesque. But, men don't have to worry about me, going after them. So here's one thing that you might see that, like, is a really, for realism, is a really bad thing. See how this goes from black and there's no transitional mark in between this black and this orange that I have here? So this is something that is like, that will take away realism from your painting. So you need to like soften the line and lead into it a little bit. If you don't do that, it will look like a cartoon. And it still kind of looks like a cartoon. $20 is $20. Yeah, Rudy Giuliani's hairline. I was tempted to do a portrait of Rudy Giuliani because I saw one of him where he just looked like a fucking skeleton. Like his face was so, like he wasn't wearing his normal makeup, so his face was so sunken in, and it was like frightening. And I almost did a painting of him because of that. Well, if you look at my emotes deal here, I named one of my. I painted a few skeletons, and I started naming him Rudy. Here, this one is I named my skeletons Rudy. Because he looks like a skeleton. It really is. I like it at least. Super desaturated. By the way, I'm sourcing information. Do you enjoy the palette cam that I have, or is it too large, um, and or distracting? You do like it? Good. I used to have it smaller, and then I decided to just go for it because I watched. There's a painter that I watch named Arthur Gain, who is a wonderful painter, but he doesn't stream at times that generally work for me, unfortunately. Um, but he did. I'm like, all right, I realized I should just do that. Sweet. I always kind of like this point in doing the eyes where you can like make a very small mark, but it has a huge effect on how you see it. Oh wow, Lulu Lori, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Nep Fox. Just some guy with the pots of gold. That's the hottest girl ever. Thank you, Dementia. Hey, how you doing? Just some guy with a pot of gold. I see you. Thanks for the follow, Joy Boy. Luffy. Call you Luffy, Joy Boy. We were told you were a hot girl. Unfortunately, not. But I appreciate whoever lied to you like that. Fair enough, Unified World. Oh, you're playing chess? I love chess. I haven't played it in a while, but I used to play a lot. Yeah, no, Jack Nicholson is a gorgeous man. Unequivocally a gorgeous man. So I have to do him justice when I'm painting him. You also thought I was a hot girl. Where's hot girl? I don't know. Unfortunately, it is a man. A very, very hot man. What's up, Lulu Lori? Thank you for the raid. So, thank you so much. I'm not familiar. I apologize, I'm not familiar with you, but I'll definitely check out your next stream. What's up, Living the Mean? Shelley Duvall was a very good-looking woman. It's a shame that she has like such mental health issues that she does now. Yeah, there was some pretty strong language from that butler uh, during this gold room scene. Yes, I have Living the Meme. I have watched portions of it. I haven't watched all of it through because I found a bit of it annoying. Oh, you love it? Living the Meme. Check out a YouTube channel called Collative Learning. He does a ton. Wait, I don't. Oh, my music stopped. I'm sorry. I have spooky music. Yeah, do that. Living the Meme, you'll love it. He goes deep dive into The Shining. We did have boobs earlier on stream. But it was for art, damn it. It was for art. Sorry, my YouTube player stopped on me. They were some really great art boobs. They were fantastic art boobs. Anders Zorn, if anybody wants to see those art boobs, search him in Google. One of my favorite painters ever. My laugh? I'm not sure, Amy Jo. Maybe, let's see. Maybe something evil. But, oh yeah, here's Johnny. What's up, Sir J Quantum? Yeah, so my shtick, I guess, is I'm an oil painter. I do paintings from start to finish on stream. So at the beginning of the stream, this was a blank canvas. And yeah, that's what I do. If you want to see more of my stuff, there's an Instagram link below. And I do a lot of portraits. Who made you come? Thank you so much again, Lulu, for the raid. I appreciate it. I apologize, I'm not a hot grill. But I am a gorgeous man. Yep. Every painting that you've seen of mine, Amy Jo, has been done in a single sitting. My longest was what, 13 hours? That I've done. I don't know, it's just how I like to do it. Now, as I've gotten like more experience and better, like things have gone a little bit faster. Those days are over. We'll try and get her back one day. Okay. I gotta consolidate some of this. Oh, really? And by no means am I saying like it's better to paint in one sitting. I'm just I don't like to leave my paint sitting, and plus I paint, they call it Alla Prima, which means wet on wet. And so I like to paint in a way that kind of helps with that. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, it's closer than I thought. But if anybody has any questions, I am more than happy to answer what I'm capable of answering. If you, I have some good knowledge in certain areas and no knowledge in others. I am self-taught, Amy Jo. But I am a research maniac. My main focus on what I've been teaching myself has always been hitting lights and colors properly. That has been my main focus. Thank you. I've always, in my opinion, been pretty weak at drawing. Specifically drawing within proper proportions. I've struggled with quite a bit in the past. But I know that there's ways to kind of solve that issue. So I don't work a lot on my drawing skills. That's why I use grids and such. So let's bring this other eye to life. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was just why I paint like Alla Prima and realism is mainly because the art that I grew to really like, the artists that I showed you earlier, were all, I guess, strong in those categories. So I try to set like goals for myself in the sense that like, what skills do I want to develop? And I took the route that would help me essentially paint like them. And then it's just about kind of repeating said processes over and over and over again. See, this line that I'm doing right now is actually a really hard one to understand as far as like what the actual value is of it. So this line over the eye, right to the left of the eye, is not like, you know, a dark brown or it's actually the same value as my red in brightness. The reason why we see it so dark is because everything else around it in the photo is so bright. And that's a very, like, for me, that has been a very tough concept to understand when I'm painting. I find color mixing to be fairly easy. But understanding that we see things differently because of their surroundings is a very tough thing to like realize to hit your realism. Very much so. Well, that was like a big. So going back to like my first. Here, I'll bring it up again. So a good example of this is in my first portrait. Is this was the teeth, right? Those teeth look cartoonish. They look weird, right? And the main reason they look bad, well, outside of just everything else being bad, but it's because it goes from black to a super light color. When in reality, those teeth are not that light in the picture. The black was correct, but because there isn't the proper difference in light and dark, it takes away from the realism by quite a bit. And so it's one of those things that you have to like by practicing, like looking at things is very important. He did not have great teeth. No, years of cocaine, cigarettes, bell peppers, and milk will do that to you. But but nonetheless, you know, his teeth weren't like bright white into blackness, right? They were something different. So like when you like lose realism or lose likeness, it's not a color issue. It is generally a value issue. it means that your values, you're more than likely your values are out of whack. Yeah, being British, no fluoride in the water, right? But it's part of like a lot of this practice is learning what are the appropriate values, because it has to be with regards to everything else. If you lose that, you lose your likeness, you lose your realism. Yes, I'm using, value is how light or dark something is. So white being the lightest and pure black being the darkest, right? But there's why I go nuts into my paints and like research. Remember I told you I measured the paints with the color reader? But so, for example, this black is that, so if 100% is being white and 0% is being black, my black here is around 14%. It's actually that light, right? And my white is not 100%. My white is around 95%. It's not, the purest of white. So you also have to work in the constraints of your materials available to you. But it also helps me know like the relative brightness percentage of each of my colors. So why do I know my yellow is the same as my white? It's because my yellow is 100% brightness, actually. It's actually technically brighter than it. Not them culture hustle colors. I'm not familiar with that saying, so I apologize. But, so, like expanding upon this, somebody that I trust very much, at least with their description is the description of values is that values are, in realism, are the single most important thing to be accurate on. Some may disagree with that, but I have chosen that path. And so I'd rather hit values perfectly than hit color perfectly. Now, why John Singer Sargent was so freaking good is because he did both. Okay. This is the slowest part of my painting process generally, is dialing in eyes. But it is a super important part of hitting the likeness. Oh, yep. Okay, I do know that story. Yep. So I have actually, the most amount of tubes of color I've bought have been different black paints to try and find one that is the darkest. And the darkest one I found is ivory black. And I measured it at 10%. Now, I imagine Vanta Black is somewhere in the range of like 2 or 3%. It'd be impossible to hit 0, obviously. I think 0% black would be like hitting 0 Kelvin. And for nerds, that is like absolute temperature. So I love that. Like you had the brightest white in there, and now the eye kind of seems a lot different. I love that. Yeah, the only thing I'd be worried about with making oil paint out of that is I don't know what its light fastness would be, and I do know that it gets very hot. I don't know how strong it'd be. Yep, it does, doesn't it? It's quite interesting how that happens. Oh, interesting. That would be cool to see. That kind of reminds me of there is a pigment called interference pigment that is like reminiscent of that. Um, um, but I'm curious on how that would work with oils. So like interference paints are like the paints that they use for like metallics generally. Um, there's a lot of like, so like, not to mention like other things like that affect how you see things is like the contrast around. So like there's like 7 types of contrast. Um, so there's like it's like temperature, light, dark, color, hue. Um, I forget the other ones. But all that plays into how you see paint next to each other. But yeah, I'm actually excited for making my own paints. Because like I have my biggest issues are my brown and my blue. I wish they were stronger or had different textures associated with them. I'm located right out of Chicago in a town called Palatine, northwest suburb of Chicago. So if you notice I say my A's, like overpronounce my A's, that is why. Chicago. I did have tornado sirens, during that, what was it, Friday? But my area did not get hit that bad. But like areas of like south of Chicago, I know got hit a bit. But yeah, it was actually not terrible by me. But today we have the smoke advisory, I found out. Which is interesting. Yeah, the Canada smoke is still around. I have a sister who lives in Madison, Wisconsin, who also was having the smoke today. Oh, you're flooding right now? That sucks. By the way, Dia, I was talking with my mom because we were talking about like if we were to move somewhere, and I want to live in like somewhat of like an isolated wooded area, but close enough to a major city or like a decent sized city that I could still get like groceries and groceries and like deliveries, and Vermont came up. I also like cold weather, so. But made me think about you. Do you have like awesome views, Dio? I'd be jealous if you did. I'm an introvert who likes his creature comforts. Those versus Fool, yeah. Really? Do you agree with that? Oh wow. I don't know, Amy Jo. One of my favorite things I've ever done, or one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, just straight up, is I used to play rugby. And I was pretty good at it, and I was a part of this basically area team, and we traveled to the UK to play rugby, and we went to 4 locations across England and Wales, and we got to drive across the countryside as we were going to our other locations, and like it was shocking how green it was, and like the rolling hills. It was like a really, really interesting experience. Um, but I remember that. I remember that very fondly. Yeah, it was. We went to what were we at? We were in Windsor. So we first arrived in London. Then we went to Windsor. We drove to Windsor. Then we drove near where the college is. Yeah, living. I didn't. Yeah, but yeah, it was awesome because we also got to stay with families in the area. So like we we got to like actually kind of be in the area for a bit of time, and it was an awesome experience. Oh really? Awesome. But I have such like a vivid like it's something I kind of want to do again. I want to do like um a driving like a drive through of like English countryside and like end up in Scotland. But I'm actually going to Europe in a couple months for the Rugby World Cup. Oxford. It was Oxford. In Wales, I do not remember the. I don't remember the towns, but my coolest experience was we went to this town on the coast, on the west coast of Wales. So we went to like the beach on like a freezing day, which was kind of fun in its own right. But we we then played in a game. It was only a town of like 10,000 on the coast, but the whole town showed up. We had like 6 or 7 thousand people at like a 19, 20-year-old rugby game, and it was like super intense. It was that actually sounds that sounds right. Um, my main memory is like northwest coast, and they had beaches. Really, Amy Jo? Well, that'd be a huge coincidence. That I really enjoyed that Welsh town. There was a there was a funny thing though. All the we were surrounded by 18, 19-year old uh, essentially kids while we were there, and they all had like feathered haircuts, like it was like a like it was a 80s glam band. I had a vivid memory of them like with like hair straighteners and stuff like that. And some of them even were getting ready before the game like that. Wow. Yeah, Vermont gets pretty. Well, not gets pretty big. It is pretty small. I don't think it was a university town, Amy Jo. That's what's fucking it up. That's what's fucking it up. I mean, it had a name similar to that, but it doesn't sound like I'm pretty positive it was not a. I'm pretty positive it was not a university town. That's why. I bet. I mean, the thing that's so, I'll say, frustrating about America is like the distinct kind of like destruction of like culture, and how some people just want to homogenize the culture into this horrible, like Applebee's loving, like just like shit like that. It bothers me. Oh, that makes sense, Amy. Yeah, because there was quite a few people who spoke, like Welsh that we encountered. Well, and a lot of it, frankly, is like corporate horseshit. Which gets really depressing, frankly. Yeah, I might be able to figure it out. What I'll do is some point tonight or tomorrow, I'll um, I'll take a look at a map and see if anything rings any bells. Maybe take a look at some streets. Yeah, it was really wonderful. Frankly, I just like I'm fine with a car. I envisioned it just like renting a car and driving. By the way, ads are starting in 7 seconds, and I'm going to take a break during the ads. But I want to do a car and just drive along the coast in Scotland. I am back. Oh, I see. You can get your bike license renewed in a day. I'm sorry about that, Amy Jo. Thanks, Spencer. Much appreciated, bud. Yeah, we're getting there. We are making some pretty good progress so far. I don't think this will be a super long one once I get this nose done. Interesting. I wonder how long this class is going to take me. I can see it not taking very long, though. Alright. Let's do this nose. Oh, interesting. I didn't know they went that in depth. Well, I destroyed this glove. It's alright. How you doing, Spence? Nice to see you again, bud. Let's do this. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, that's what it's. At least that's what it's like in the States. Well, that does sound fun, Amy Jo. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That was outside. I had my windows closed too, so that dog was actually that pup was being pretty loud. Oh, that's all fucked. Okay, I see what's wrong. Yep, he is. I'm pretty sure I know which dog it is too. Named Milo. Very cute little guy. I could probably go a little lower. Yeah, you guessed that one right. Noses can be really weird. I think I made that a little too high. And then you just make a quick change to something that you might have thought about earlier. Because you have to have a brain that jumps everywhere. This is shadow. So one little, if anyone cares about this tip, but shadows on faces tend to be extremely warm. Essentially, they lean towards red heavily. So if you are painting shadows, even if you're not going for realism, start off with a reddish brown is one of your best, like, one of the more effective things you can do. One aspect of this is important is, well, it's always hitting the values and colors, but the temperature is even more important in a thing like this, because things are so warm just everywhere, but these lights are actually much cooler, and so, but that gives you the effect of the stuff seeming even more warm than it actually is. That's a little too. Gotta clean this up. Balls! So I'm gonna bring this down. Thanks, Matt. Not this hand? Yeah, I know from experience. You can't resist the temptation of the Shirley Temple. Or the connoisseurs as yourself refer to it as the kitty cocktail. We all did. We all did, Matt. The long nights of drinking kitty cocktails really took their toll. Had to go sober. I'm going to come back to this eye because I want to do the mouth. The ingredients for a Shirley Temple are Sprite or 7-Up, grenadine, and some maraschino cherries. That is at least in the States, it's something that they give the kids at parties. At least when I was younger. It is very sweet. Yep. Thanks for hanging out, Amy Jo. I really do appreciate it. I always enjoy when I have people to talk to during my streams. It's not always a guarantee in my stream. So thank you. Oh, what the hell? Hello. Hello. What's up, GW Flair? How are you doing? I apologize, but I'm not familiar with your stream. But if you'd like to share anything, thanks for the follow, GW Flair. How's everybody doing? I'm doing well. I'm painting some Jack Nicholson. Oh, Mr. Salt, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Look at you, Mudworks. I got my agents out everywhere. Oh, nice. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I have my agents everywhere. Asdron Avernus. Thank you for the follow. I have my agents of evil everywhere. Thank you, Mr. Salt. Much appreciated. We're getting there. Oh, not at all, Amy Jo. I prefer it that way. How do I make that brighter? So yeah, my shtick, I'm an oil painter. I do paintings from start to finish on this stream. If you'd like to see more of my work, my Instagram is below. And yeah, I just I do a lot of portraits, and I will do them until they're done. Thank you, Mudworks. Yeah, we're getting there. I mean, there's still some finishing on the cheeks specifically, but I was working on the nose, and now I'm working on the mouth. Yeah. Oh, I completely get it, Amy Jo. And thank you, Mr. Salt. I'm pretty good around people in person, but I prefer to kind of just be alone and do my own thing. I'm very good at entertaining myself. But thank you so much for the raid, GW Flair. Much appreciated. And thank you, Mudworks. Thank you for being my agent of evil. Thank you, Miguelito. Much appreciated. Hopefully I said that right. Painting a portrait can be like kind of like building something where it's like you put in certain things and it will start to eventually look right. Oh, it's good to know. I'll have to check out a stream. Yeah, I agree, Amy Jo. There's a lot of like, when you find people who, whether they share your viewpoints or at least have shared interests with you, it can be a huge relief. I am painting badly most of the time. You guys just occasionally see the good ones. Thank you, GW Player. I'm not using the small brush for this. Okay, let's go back to the big brush. Thank you, Amy Jo. I'm really good at dealing with compliments. But I only created this stream for the praise. So. Well, that is a very kind. That's a very kind thing to say. So I do appreciate that. We're getting there. We still probably got a couple hours left in this one. Mr. Salt, this is a movie I can watch on repeat. Periods of time, frankly, I have. Well, so Kubrick intentionally changed it, and that's actually part of the reason why Stephen King has come out against Kubrick's movie. He's publicly said that he, dislikes Kubrick's adaptation. And if you remember that miniseries that came out on TV, I think it was in the mid '90s, or if you've ever seen that, that was Stephen King. Oh, okay, all right. Sorry if I'm preaching to the choir. Those lips are kind of vibrant. Yeah, vibrant lips. You're not in the choir, so Stephen King, Kubrick took a lot of liberties. He basically just took the main story, not the main story, the specific story point of basically an isolated family and their names and stuff like that. But he added quite a bit. He added quite a bit to it. So like he kills some people that don't get killed in the book. He changes how driving forces of the story. He put Stephen King was more supernatural based in his in the book, whereas in Stanley Kubrick's movie there was a lot more tones of like trauma and familial strife. And the sequel is Doctor Sleep. Yep. Yeah, and hello, Comic Crazy. The book was not the book. The miniseries was apparently Stephen King pushed for that, from what I heard, and I could be wrong, but because he was not a fan of Kubrick's adaptation. But it is also part of Kubrick's style to mess with people. So, for example, with regard to changing things from the book. So 2001: A Space Odyssey, Kubrick actually paid an author to write the book for 2001: A Space Odyssey while he was making the movie. And with that, he only told him certain plot points to intentionally leave the writer in the dark on certain things so that there would be some essentially questions regarding the adaptation and so forth, or what people perceived as the adaptation of it. But Kubrick did some interesting things. Kubrick, yes. That's a very good way of putting it, Dia. But there's a lot of interesting things Kubrick did, like some other fun trivia from The Shining. So all the snow in the movie was actually salt that they brought in. And it's they had huge amounts. So that whole snow scene where Jack Nicholson is chasing the kid in the snow, that was just, they brought it in dump trucks. Just tons of salt. So there's like a lot of fun things with that filming. What does that even say? Oh, red rum. Okay. I figured it out. And thank you again for the raid. There was a lot, like, Kubrick was also really famous for taking hundreds of takes. And apparently that, like, fucked with a few of the actors in a lot of his movies, but The Shining, it really came to play because, like, God, I forgot her name. His wife, yeah. Like, Scatman Crothers, I know, like, broke down, like, a couple times because of the amount of takes where it's like they filmed like a scene hundreds of times, but Kubrick wouldn't give him direction. Yeah, Shelley Duvall, and Shelley Duvall, has some issues with mental illness. It's kind of a sad thing, but it apparently manifested in some not great ways on that film set. And like, yeah, because like Kubrick like just wouldn't like tell the actors what to do, so he would they would like, there was a story where Jack Nicholson was improv for a take, and Kubrick just like said nothing and then just said do it again, and then like Nicholson did it a few more times, but like every time Kubrick didn't even react until Nicholson just gave up. Yeah. Yep. I heard about that. Comic Crazy. I mean, it is one of the better movies ever made, in my opinion. Well, like he wasn't, from what I've heard. Oh, that's, is that all types of fucked up? Here's the line. Do I need to bring that mouth down? I don't know. Sorry, I just saw something. But apparently he wasn't like, as far as like when he was taking the scenes, he wasn't like verbally abusive, but he was more just like, it's like somebody telling you to do something, giving you no reason, no direction, and you just like kind of don't know what to do, and can I imagine drive somebody crazy. Yeah, I bet Comic Crazy. Now, can anyone guess what my favorite movie and favorite horror movie is of all time? I'm one of those fucking weirdos. If anybody guesses it right, I'll let them pick my next subject for a painting. Not the reference itself, but like who or what. The clue is it's a horror movie, and I'll say by a major director. Not Psycho, and not The Shining. I don't think Clockwork Orange is technically horror, even though there are some pretty fucked up scenes in that film. But it is not Clockwork Orange. Not Alien. Alien's fantastic, though. Not Hellraiser. Hellraiser's a good one, though. Not much to go on, no. It will make a lot more sense, though, when you hear it, if you're a horror person. Not Predator or Scream 2. Come on, Dia. Yeah, I mean, there's some really messed up things. All right, so I'm gonna The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing is my favorite movie of all time, and Indiana. It's not Indiana Jones. How dare you say that movie in this stream? We don't talk about Indiana Jones 4 or 5 in this stream. No worries, it's just all. But yeah, the thing is my favorite movie. No, the 1983/85 one with Kurt Russell, with Young and Hot, Kurt Russell and Keith David. It's really well done. Because it's like, yeah, it has like great, awesome visuals, but the psychological aspects of that film are fan freaking tastic. Maybe I should do some more contests for reference picking. Let's think of trivia. Thank you for the follow, Comic Crazy. Yeah, I very much agree for that. And that was what's it, Darren Aronofsky, I believe, right? One of his first films into the foray. Oh, that seems a bit off, maybe. Thanks, Mr. Salt. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you in the Mudworks stream. You have a great night. All right, we'll see you Tuesday then. Yeah, something seems off there. So, are we talking about horror or just like classics? Aliens are fantastic. Well, and Alien is one of like an early film with a female heroine in it. You know, Sigourney Weaver is like the action star. Not like, she is the action star of that film. So classics, yeah, Sigourney, she's gorgeous in that. Um, so I mean, good classics like one film that I really enjoyed that was older. Well, you can go to Alfred Hitchcock for a lot of them. One of my other favorite movies is Rear Window, which has horror elements, but it's not a monster movie. It's suspense. Like it's very, you know, Rear Window is one of my favorite movies. Um, it's definitely in my top five. Um, yep. Spence, did you see my last painting was Alfred Hitchcock? Um, but so going into Hitchcock's movies is not a bad choice at all. Like Vertigo is fantastic. Dial M for Murder. Thank you. All very interesting and well done movies. There's an old movie that I had a good time with because it was just like some Humphrey Bogart movies, like Maltese Falcon. I enjoyed quite a bit. It seems too dark now. No, that's fine. You can cover that up. What else is really good? Sorry, I'm focusing on painting as well. What else is in? What else is fun? I mean, a good start would be The Goonies is fun. One of Sean Astin's earliest films as well, or it might even be his first film. Um, yeah, it's Goonies is just really fun. It's not like it's not like a masterpiece, but like it's fun. There's good comedic elements to it. I'm not doing this well. By the way, there's an ad in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're going to take a break during this ad run. And it'll just be about a 5-minute break. Use it wisely, or else. Or else. Nope, I start usually around 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock Central. And I go till it's done. Now that might change as far as going till it's finished soon, depending on I might be starting a new job soon, and if that's the case, I can't stay up as late as I do sometimes with these. Eastern, it's 1 hour ahead. So 6 o'clock Eastern. So in UK, that should be midnight your time. Okay, 11. All right, so a little better. So remember to do fine detail with a large frayed brush. All right, it's important that you take risks with your work and fucking it up. Very important. That's my lesson of the day. Oh, all right, ad break. We're gonna take a break. New job, Amy Jo. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. That was close. Oh, man. Alright, we're switching to the one glove style because I destroyed the other one. Alright. Alright. So we're going to do the thing that everybody's been waiting for, which is the close. No, we're going to do this hand in the drink next. People seem to like glass. But we're going to do the fingers first so we can fix the lines of the hands afterwards. True. Oh, by the way, Amy Jo, have you seen Godfather? The Godfather 1 and 2? You have not? All right, well, that's one. You should. I'm not judging. We all start somewhere. But you have to watch it. It is a fantastic movie. But you must. That's not pure white. It's just completely neutral. I actually have not seen that one. So you got me there. Okay. Also, I've been doing some research on safety stuff with paints, and a lot of them, the big risk is inhalation of the pigment. Obviously, ingestion is a problem, but even with cadmiums, the studies regarding ingestion is there's no definitive link. However, inhalation of the pigment does have a link to cancer. In case people were curious. But I'm not going to be making any cadmium paints. But like umbers have manganese in them, which is dangerous. The cobalt paints are dangerous as well. Oh, that's interesting. I would watch that. So, all right, other classics that I know that I enjoyed but can be tough to watch. Deer Hunter, that you mentioned, De Niro. Deer Hunter is very good, but it's a heavy film. I just had ones that I was thinking of after you said that. Um, Shawshank Redemption. If you haven't seen that, you should see that. Let's see. Oh, there's still time. There's still time. All right, good. That's a good start. I mean, we should cover all bases here. So, like, have you seen like the Lord of the Rings? Apocalypse Now is a very good one. That's another Marlon Brando one. But there's some very good, very interesting things. A lot of interesting themes in that film, actually. And Forrest Whitaker's first film, where he lied about his age. So when he made that film, he was actually, I believe, 17. Okay. Adagio for strings, and I'm not familiar with Adagio for strings. Oh, Good Morning Vietnam's a good film. Let's see. Oh yeah, I've heard about that one. I haven't seen it, Spence, but I've heard that's good. Bronx Tale's very good. That was directed by Robert De Niro, I believe. What else is good? It's weird. It's like when I need to think of films, I can't. But like I'll remember a ton later on. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah. Platoon is pretty good. Um, fuck. I'm like annoyed with myself that I'm not like remembering any of this. Yeah, so Godfather 1 and 2 are the first ones you should watch. Thanks for hanging out, Spence. Nice talk with you, bud. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Godfather 1 and 2 should be the top of your list. If you're willing to watch a very heavy movie, Deer Hunter is definitely worth it. Oh, Dog Day Afternoon's a good one. That is a very interesting movie, and some very like progressive things in there as well, considering the time period it was made in. But that's another Pacino film. Oh, Casino. If you haven't seen Casino, Casino is a fantastic. That's a Scorsese film. Goodfellas too, as well. If you haven't seen those, you should see those. Um, I can name some fun movies, but they're not like necessarily good films. Um, that's funny. I think I forgot again. There was Dog Day Afternoon. I said Deer Hunter again, but that one's like for heavy content. But Casino, make sure you get Casino in there. Casino is one of my favorite. That's in my top 5. Casino is, and one of the best performances I've ever seen in a film. Sharon Stone in that film is fantastic. If you want to see a phenomenal performance by a woman, check out Casino. We'll see if I can make this glass convincing. The edge is too dark. It all boils down to hitting your lights and your darks. Like the reason why glass, um, the most convincing thing you could do for glass is to make sure that your lights are light enough and your darks are dark enough. The colors largely are irrelevant. But there's some like additional, technique aspects to it as far as like adding contrast of hot and cold. But cool. Yeah, it's always like, well, people are just amazing. When you see like that kind of like display of mastery of that type of stuff, it's always just super cool how good people get at seeing that type of stuff. Because I'm going to make a lot of random marks, I think. There's also this strong yellow here. I guess it's not that strong. might have to mix a bunch of this like lighter color. It's been coming up again and again. All right, let's clear up some space. What am I gonna? I feel like I could probably just turn that. Oh, awesome. I'll check her out. Oh well, I was way off. I thought it was gonna be closer. Still. Very neutral. Fuck. That might have been too much. That was too much. Making a true neutral is actually kind of tough. No. I'm gonna need more whites. No. How does it still look green? Alright. I gotta be careful, my red is super strong. There's a lot of paint here. Sorry if this is loud. I'm trying to find my white. Why is this not working? Sorry, this is taking so long. That yellow was a mistake, I think. Well, that's part of the reason why I use very good, like, strong paints. These paints are pricey, to say the least. It looks the fucking same. What is going on? Let's try something different. I use right now, I use a combination of 3 brands. So I use Williamsburg, which is an American professional artist brand. I use Old Holland, which is from Holland. I use Michael Harding as well. I've been least happy with Michael Harding paints because Michael Harding is more focused on texture than like pure strength. Williamsburg has been the strongest by volume. I'm just gonna roll with this. It'll be fine. Said that too soon. Williamsburg's is like the stiffest paint that I've encountered, but it's also so far has been the strongest by volume. Old Holland seems to be a little bit in between. They have some that are as strong as Williamsburg, but they sorry. I always do this when I start painting. I have problems speaking and do it at the same time. Michael Harding, yeah, I've had problems because I'm using it with very stiff paints that are not focused on texture, and it can make things more difficult as far as the ratios need to do to change. The Old Holland, a lot of people consider one of the best brands, if not the best brands of oil paint, but it's also the most expensive for us Americans. So to give you perspective, cadmiums and Old Holland and Michael Harding here for a 40 milliliter tube cost approximately $63 for a 40 milliliter tube. Like it lasts a decent amount of time, but it's not like it's you know, it can go pretty fast. Yep. And so the what got me into wanting to make my own paint was there's another American brand that a lot of people consider very good. And it's called Rublev. Now, Rublev is a company that was formed by a pigment company called Natural Pigments. And they created an oil paint line called Rublev. And like I said, a lot of people like them, swear by them. Like they put it in that Old Holland range, essentially. and they so I was gonna get some Rublev paints, and but then I'm like, well, I could just make my own. When I saw the prices of how cheap the pigment was, where, like I said, I could save about 70% on my paints, and considering that they use those same pigments, they use those same pigments in their paints. Might as well give it a try. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Sorry, I'm getting I apologize for as distracted as I'm getting. But so yeah, I'm going to. I found so Natural Pigments has all my paint colors, in in pigment form, but they don't have. Oh, well, thank you. It's just it's a habit. But they have all my colors, so I figure it's a worthwhile endeavor, and it's not that hard to do. I've looked into it before, but I wasn't sure about what my palette was going to be in the future, and things like that. So I decided to, I'm going to pursue that because it will take away a lot of these, using expensive paints does have its own kind of anxiety issue, brings some anxiety because you're like, oh my god, this is if I'm wasting paint, kind of stuff like that. So that's why it'd be nice to take away some of that, and so that's where I kind of decided to make my own. So the Natural Pigments doesn't have my yellow, but they I found another company that carries my yellow. So and another big thing is I haven't been happy with the colors of my burnt umbers at all. The burnt umbers that I've tried. So I'm also going to try. And Natural Pigments offers roughly I think it's 12 different burnt umbers. So I'm going to try out a bunch of them. So I'm gonna find the burnt umber that works for me. Should have done that with my gloved hand, but that's okay. Molding them is like technical term. Um, so yeah, the process is you make a paste out of oil and pigment, and and then you take the molar on a grinding plate. So you have to make sure that like the glass has been abraded, which means that you take like something that will scratch up the that will scratch it up and the molar, and you and then you'll basically you mold them together. So you'll do like figure eights on the with the molar and the paint in between until you get a desired consistency. But what it's doing is it's ensuring that every particle of pigment is covered in oil in the binder. That's what molding does. So companies use these whole like milling machines, not molding, mind you, they call them milling machines, to achieve this result. And like no company makes it fully by hand, like with like a molar, and it's not even like that's a better result. Anyways, so but when they say handmade, that's the implication. So those now what makes paint more expensive, and actually, to be honest, because I normally lie, oil paint companies are actually pretty fair about their pricing with regards to the amount of pigment they use, because there's kind of a direct correlation to the strength of the paints. This is not a good color. And the strength of the paints. And now what varies, so sorry, bad companies, not bad companies, I shouldn't even say that. It's cheaper paint is largely because they put in fillers. And those fillers can be a wide range of things. Yeah, I've seen some videos of that. It is completely agree. So fillers are, so sometimes pigment is so strong that you could put in fillers and you'll reasonably not have any change in the strength of the pigment. So for example, pigments like this, like one of them, you might have heard of it, Prussian blue, is a notoriously strong pigment. So you can mix in a ton of extenders, and you could have a very similar result, if not even a preferable result, because you don't want to paint that strong. But the problem that happens is that why I don't use cheap paints is that you get important colors like a yellow, and they'll put extenders in them, and they'll just have no tinting strength. And it becomes very difficult to use over, like, I got fed up. I used to use shittier paints, and I got so fed up that I just gave them all away to my niece. And yeah, I'll have to use that in the future. it really just makes, like, the turning point was the time I was mixing a yellow, and I was using a cad yellow, and I was working with it, and I had to just keep on adding yellow to it. And I'm not exaggerating when I probably had to use an ounce of yellow to get the paint where I wanted it to be. And it pissed me off so much that I swore off of it then, that I wasn't going to deal with that again. And so I decided to move to professional level paints, even though I'm not a professional. And so, yeah. And it's been a match made in hell ever since. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. I don't really have to worry about the cost of it. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. And I could afford it, and I decided to just take that plunge. Now, it is very expensive, and it's not like one everybody can make, but I will say though that, like, you can emulate my palette with other brands to a certain extent, but if you want to have like paints that like kind of act in a way that's predictable, then you're gonna have to kind of pony up at some point, unfortunately. But by the way, those extenders that they'll put in, fillers, one of the biggest ones used in the industry is chalk. Chalk is probably the biggest additive they use in oil paint. Oil paints and acrylics especially. Because chalk actually does not really affect the color too much. And there's another one of those tail offs, but why am I not happy with this yet? But yeah, chalk, there's like another one called like Wolstenite that's used. I watched a video on this actually a couple days ago, because I'm thinking about getting some extender pigments to try. So a lot of people, extender pigments were actually created for people who like using heavy impasto. And heavy impasto just means that they like painting like really thick, and you can see their markings with their brushes. A famous painter who did this was Velasquez, and he actually created one, and it's even sold at Rublev as Velasquez Medium. And he used it in a lot of his paintings. And it wasn't to extend paint in his case, he was using it for texture. Yeah, thank you so much, Amy Jo. It was really nice talking with you. And I hope to see you back. I know it's yeah, it's pretty late for you. So thank you for sticking around as long as you did. Really appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. I enjoyed talking with you. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you again here. You're welcome. Yeah, if you come here again, I love this stuff. So you'll definitely hear more in the future. And if you see one of my points redemptions, it is actually about paint facts and stuff. Because I enjoy just like you can call it research, but it's just my hobby, and I really enjoy it. Oh, there you are, Dia. Thank you for hanging out so long too, Dia. I really appreciate that as well. I don't know what I think of this class yet. Oh, bad mark. I appreciate that. My streams are more of a marathon. So unfortunately, I don't get a lot of people who stick around to the end. But I get to see different people at different times. Yeah. No worries. Fuck. That's too much red. the joy, the joy of animals. How does this glass look to you? Does it look convincing? It's hard for me to tell. Okay. Yeah, I'm like having problems. I don't know if it's just because the distance I'm sitting at, or maybe my darks aren't that dark yet. Maybe I just need some more like random marks, but I think I need to put some more really warm, yeah, darker colors in certain areas. Yeah. Yep, I get you. But just know that I hold grudges. No. I think I just got some paint on my face. Values are so annoying sometimes. All right, we're gonna leave that be for now. Except we're gonna clean up. All right, we'll leave it. We'll leave it there for now. Okay. So maybe the hand. I wonder if I have the clothes in there, it will become more realistic, maybe. I do gotta change. I do gotta finish the skin. So sorry. I gotta finish the skin. So the skin isn't completely done. So it could be that I need the maybe I need the rest of the values here to. And I don't know if the glass is like, frankly, if it's that bad or anything. It's just that like I have to figure that out. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's bad either. I just like it's the this is like part of like some of the issues I talked about, like where it's just like understanding what's necessary or what's needed to actually make something good or realistic. What part of the face, just out of curiosity? I'm gonna switch to using it's a bad brush stroke. Okay, let's go back to the big guy, and let me. I should clean up my palette a bit. I got a lot of useless colors mixed. Okay, yeah. I think I need to clean up that line a little bit. There's this area that's not part of the glass. It's like making contact with it, which is a little odd. Mm. Thanks for the follow. Is that Jay or I Smith? Thank you. Sorry if it took me a second to see that. I get a little preoccupied when I'm in the moment. It's L? Okay. L Smith. Well, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm trying. I do gotta do these ears. Approximately 20 months. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I try. It's a bit of an obsession, but I enjoy it quite a bit. If you want to see my other stuff, my Instagram's below. And but I do all my paintings in a sitting. Um, yeah, so I do all my paintings in a sitting. That's part of like my shtick, I guess. But it's how I enjoy painting. Um, so when I started this today, this was just a blank canvas. And yeah, it's how I operate. Yeah, this is all oil. I only paint with oils. There is one watercolor in my Instagram, but it's stated, but it's just some flowers. It's pretty obvious that it's watercolor. Yeah, I do about 3 per week. Is probably around my average. That's way too bright. Do you paint, L. Smith? I think that needed to be more red. Oh, nice. Watercolors is a good one. That's too far to the right. Watercolors are nice. We're gonna use our magic eraser. Redo this closer. Let's try just burnt ember. So what are you gonna paint? I find what helps me get started, and I apologize if you don't want any advice. Um, but what helps me get started is having my reference picked out and thinking about how I'm going to do the painting. That's better. Yeah, so find something that you're excited to try and paint. But the also another end of the spectrum is pick something that you think is going to be too easy. That helps a lot with like the anxiety of starting a painting. Pick something that you think you could just knock out of the fucking park, and and that will help you get rid of like anxiety of like worrying about failing and um, a lot of those fears that come up with what stops people from painting. Yep, you're welcome. That's stuff that has just helped me. Like, you know, whenever you start painting, you want to paint like something that like is going to impress people to a certain extent, right? Frankly, it's like sometimes it could be a function of our own vanity. Did I need to move that this way, don't I? Shit. Um, um, but try and understand that being results orientated, especially while you're learning, or keep in mind that like approach painting like you're trying to learn. I'm sounding like some self-help guru. I apologize. But you want to keep the focus on if you want this advice. I'm sorry, I do this from time to time. But if you want this advice, take it. If not, no worries. But you want to be able to do something great from the start. But keep in mind that you want to, if you really want to improve, your first goal should be doing stuff that is going to make you improve. So when I pick stuff to paint, I search for things that I think have challenges in there that will help me improve. So, and then also have a clear, like, once again, if you want to use this, by all means, um, feel free to ignore it. But also, something that has benefited me, and I'm losing my train of thought, so that's even better. I just look like an idiot. Um, but like, so for me, I really focus on hitting my lights and my darks and my colors. I'm not too concerned with being a great drawer. Um, if my painting sucks, it's okay. I'll just destroy it and you'll never see me again. And I operate in such a manner. And but beside that joke, I really try and not be results orientated. I do actively think about things I could have done better, but I also don't drag out the painting. I'm not trying to make every painting a masterpiece. I'm just trying to learn. And I think that has benefited me quite a bit in my ooh, there's black on that. But I apologize for preaching. I know some people don't like people who just give advice, and I get that completely. So, but if you're just starting, those were useful things for me. I think it's helped me learn as fast as I have. You're welcome, man. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it. If you have, like I said, if you have any questions, I'm happy to help with what I can. Now, I don't, I obviously I don't do. I've done watercolors. I can talk about color mixing and stuff, but I've never. I don't have. I'm not proficient with watercolors. But I can tell you about a YouTube channel where a guy does some watercolors and he's very good. And he has some like I don't want to call them tutorials, but he has some videos of him just doing watercolors. His name's Ben Lustenhauer. Lustenhauer, like Lustenhower, and he is primarily an oil painter. However, he has videos of himself doing watercolors, and he is an exceptional watercolor painter. But Ben Lustenhauer was the guy who I thankfully got exposed to first when I was teaching myself how to oil paint. But he has a lot of like useful anecdotes and thank you, Dia. Yeah, we're nearing the finish line. We got an ad in 1 minute, and I want to take a break before I have to do the finishing up. So we're going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I want to stand up and get my eyes off of this. All right. Oh, awesome, L. Smith. Yeah, check out his stuff. All right, ad starting in 30 seconds. So go grab a drink, stand up, use the bathroom. I'll be back in 5. And I'm back. Probably. In spirit. Thank you, Dia. We are almost there, home stretch. But maybe I'll live up to my name. Who knows? I got plenty of time to ruin this. But I feel bad because you've been here basically the entire time with me, so I won't. I'll make sure it's good. Oh, no worries, Al Smith. Yeah, D, are you looking for more channels to mod? It wouldn't. Frankly, I don't really need mods, but you are a pro. Exactly, Dio. That's how I operate. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just if you wanted it, I'd give it to you, but I don't really need a mod. It's not like I have a lot of people that are that I can't handle. Now, if Jess started watching my stream, I'd probably need a mod. Need somebody to rein her in. He's got a little bit of a Bruce Campbell chin. I gotta figure out why. She certainly does, but that's part of her charm. That is definitely part of her charm. That is too severe. I usually stream every other day in some like I probably average 3 times a week, not on for sure days. So almost always start around 5, sometimes 5:30 um, Central Time, and I and then I just go till like I stated earlier. I go till the painting's done. So unfortunately, I can't really do a set schedule because sometimes different paintings like take more out of me. Is like the best way to say it. So like if I have a painting that like was particularly exhausting, I'll take an extra day off. Or obviously I have stuff that I do in my life at times. Um, and but so I try and go every other day. Um, with the occasional 2-day break. So like I painted on Friday. Um, and yeah, that's that's how I usually operate. Yeah, I mean, I just like having people here, and I'm pretty positive you're a good person. But like, I know that's like me asking. Like, I have no business asking you. That was just. Uh, but if you want to do it, I'm fine with it. But please don't feel any pressure to be like, do me a favor or anything like that. I have only had to ban one person. That's because they were like one of those bots. But if you think you're going to be here, that's another thing. Well, great. If you think you're going to watch, though, I'll happily mod you, and you don't have to do anything. But I don't. Yeah, like I said, I don't want that to be like, you know, you feel like you have to be here and sacrifice your time. I feel like I'm go like this is kind of like a sign of my lack of confidence. Is I've gone over the same areas several times. It's something I really feel like I need to work on. Yeah. All right, I'll mod you. Thank you. Like I said, there's absolutely no expectation of you, like being here whatsoever. So thank you. I just like get in my own head to a certain extent, and I think that's a sign that I need to like wrap this up. I think I should just take my own advice to a certain extent and just leave this be. The skin, that is. I got to do the clothes still. I should understand that my skill level limits me in my understanding of certain things that I need to do. There's like there's that significant. It's not necessarily making things worse, but it's just like, do these little changes actively make this painting better? Thank you, L. Smith. I'm just like, it's just, it's like me trying to take my own advice that I was so quick to hand out to you. But to a certain extent, there comes a point where it's just like there's only so much I can do at this point to make the skin better without redoing stuff. Is that what you call the stuff on the forehead? I did not. I was not aware that that had a. That was a big magic finger eraser. Okay. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Thanks for stopping by. You're welcome, man. And feel free to ask any questions in the future if you need help. I wish you luck in your first oil painting. Let's go check out this hair on top again to see if there's stuff that I probably should do. Well, thank you, and I'm happy to help in any way that I can. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for the follow and thanks for stopping by. Sorry if that took me a while to see. Yeah, it's good to know that I should learn some more of the anatomy terminology. Probably benefit me to a certain extent. Oh, you just typed it? Good. All right. Perfect. See, unlike Jessica, I try not to ignore people. All right, how am I gonna do these? I have suspicions, but never confirmed. I do have some like symptoms of it, but I've just never pursued anything. Sorry, I did pursue it one time, but they put me on antidepressants, and I took them, but I never really felt any different. Um, well, I stream, but like I don't know. I don't have fear of interactions with people. I don't have like but like the main reason I started streaming myself painting is because it was like I could do it for no like I painted like this before I streamed. So I really didn't have to change my whole process to to uh to stream. So it was kind of like, well, might as well do it and give it a try. And that was my entirety of my thought process. Let's see if I can make these lines look okay enough. Yeah, I like and thankfully I haven't felt stressed to stream. Like I know like that was a little concern I had. Like if I felt like I like let's say I was not into painting, would I still feel would I feel like undue pressure to do something I don't like? Um or I don't enjoy currently doing. Thankfully that has not been an issue. Um but that is like a concern. Because I've gone through phases of like, enthusiasm. Yeah. So that was a concern. Um, it's still a concern, but so far, not an issue. No, I completely get that. It seems like for her, it definitely is like a very healthy thing for her. Very healthy thing for her to do and continue to do. So I completely, I'm not, but that's very presumptuous of me too, to a certain extent. But like, I do think you're definitely doing that, and um, so yeah, I agree, and she's good at it. I mean, she's super fun. You know, I'm not watching out of charity. I watch because I enjoy. I think she's a good person, and everybody there is was super cool. She has one of the genuinely most fun communities that I've encountered with a streamer, and she's super kind. So that helps. She's been particularly very kind to me, and I appreciate this is the longest I've taken on clothes in a long time. I feel like I haven't even spent that much time on them. Thank you. See, this is like remember that like if I when I was talking about simplification, this is an example of something that like how do I simplify this so you still know that it's like a patterned shirt, but without spending like an obscene amount of time. So like how little can I do to convince you that this is a patterned shirt? I talk to myself quite a bit, by the way. Maybe I don't know if that's a sign of ADHD, but happens to the best of us. There's something very comforting about it, though. It's more like self reassurance, I think, more than anything. Oh, what's up, Dizdaz? Nice to see you again. It is going well. It is night. It is 12:44 my time. How have you been? Nice to see you. Nice. You're gonna do some painting today? Feeling too hyper, huh? Well, like I was telling somebody else, a good way to get yourself to paint is pick a reference out and get excited for it. Mania, yeah. But I don't know if you have a reference already picked out, but that's something. I keep a list in my head of stuff that I'm like planning on painting. Yeah, if you can, right? That would be a great way. So, but yeah, you caught us near the end. Diz, as you were in Australia, right? Oh, nice. You're in LA. Oh, okay. Oh, so I guess you're not up that late, are you? It's only 11 o'clock. I have never been to LA. I'm right outside Chicago. Yep. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that happens to me quite a bit as well. I have a lot of sleeping issues. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to go much longer because I think, unless you see something that's super fucked. Well, thank you, Dizdaz. Much appreciated. Hey, everybody needs people that understand them. I've been dealing with sleeping issues my entire life. My mind races. I could be thinking about my next painting. When I decided I was going to when I decided I was going to I'm going to be making my own paint in a future stream. So if you are interested in that, keep that in mind. Um, yep. And so when I decided I was going to do that, I literally couldn't sleep because I was just thinking about like how am I going to do it? What am I going to order? Like things I'm going to test out, and like it just wouldn't stop. And then like 4 hours go by, and my next day is fucked. Well, next few days is probably a better way of saying it. Yep. Let's go back to that. Yep. That's exactly it. I wish I didn't have to sleep, frankly. I hate that my body requires it. It's frustrating. But it is what it is. I agree with that. Like the thing is, it's just like even if you're doing nothing productive with that time, sleep guarantees that you're not going to do anything productive. Like so it's just like it seems like it's only like a positive gain because I'm sure there'll be days where you do. Yeah, completely agree. And that's the annoying thing. It's like yeah, sleep is great when you need it, but when you can't fall asleep, it's like and you know you're going to be fucked tomorrow. That's not. That's such an awful feeling. Yep. In my opinion, at least. And it sounds like yours too. I really don't like this edge. Yep, I'm with you. I get my groceries delivered. And thankfully, I have laundry in unit. Yep, I'm willing to. I'm willing to pay for that. Yeah, I cook a lot for myself. I'm not. I'm in the suburbs of Chicago, so it's like, frankly, I don't have a lot of like options that like I actively enjoy. Like, thankfully, fast food has started to taste like complete ass, and yeah. So I do. I cook almost every one of my meals. Well, pretty much every one of my meals at the moment. Yeah, I get that. I actually make I do a lot of like Southeast Asian style cooking. So it's like what I'll do is I'll make rice, a bunch of rice, and and then I'll just kind of do different things during the week with like piece of meat, or like I'll cook meat in a generic way and then I'll make different sauces for it. That's a big thing I do. I have done ramen for myself. I do a lot of like Korean and Thai style, like Thai style salads, and like I do an easy thing that I do for myself is I'll get a bunch of cucumbers. I'll make it like Korean, like kimchi. I forget what it's called, the like official name for it, but the cucumber like kimchi stuff. Yeah, and so I'll make myself some like good sides that just go well with rice in general, and and then I'll just figure it out from there to a certain extent. Preparing the meat or something. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. No, I love tzatziki. I mean, I made that for myself before quite a bit. Love it. It's one of my favorite sauces. There's a good Lebanese sauce called tom, which is like garlic and oil, like a garlic sauce. If you like tzatziki, you'd love that too. If you find like a Mediterranean place, yeah, find yourself a good Mediterranean place, they'll have it. Yeah, you'll love it. I believe it's Lebanese, yeah. But like, if you go to it's not like I don't think it's just limited to Lebanese. Like I think it's like a lot of Mediterranean countries make a version of it, but I believe it originated in Lebanon. Lebanon has actually been a very here's a little piece of trivia for you. Lebanon has had a lot of effect on worldwide cuisine. A lot of Middle Eastern food is based on Lebanese techniques and Mexican food. Mexican spices and styles of cooking is from a giant migration wave from Lebanon that happened. I forget when. I want to say it was the 50s, but like it has really affected modern Mexican cooking. Like spit cooking is Lebanese in origin. Like like al pastor, where they have that like the wheel of meat spinning. That is that's a Lebanese thing. Yeah, I love that stuff. So Kubrick, in the Kubrick version of The Shining, he deviated tremendously from the book. We had a discussion about this earlier, but so you're the book is actually not a good tool to go by. He intentionally took specific things, but he changed major plot points um, from the book. So Stephen King actually is on record saying that he dislikes Kubrick's version of The Shining, and he created a TV miniseries. I don't know if you're aware of that. Yeah, he just took certain elements of it. Like he basically took the premise of like a stranded family, right, and a crazy father. Um, but that's really it. I mean, he kept the names of like other characters, obviously, and stuff like that. But he, as far as main plot points, he kills certain characters that don't die in the book. Um, and yeah, and so the miniseries was what 97, I think somebody said, or 98, and it was awful. But it was Stephen King's like Stephen King really pushed for it, and um, And yeah, he did not do a good job with it. I don't know exactly what his involvement was, but it was very loyal to the book. I do know that. My mom was a big Stephen King fan, so I remember watching that miniseries when it first came out. And I'll say this: it's not really worth watching. I keep on making little changes that I don't think are really beneficial. Yeah. I mean, it's a very iconic movie, and you have some really good. Oh, it's very over the top. Completely agree on that. But but there's a lot of interesting things about the film that make it very fun. Like it's a really good movie to rewatch. Don't like that. Let's try something. I don't like this value change. Oh, thanks, Dizdaz. No worries. Thank you for the lurk. Good use of the emotes. I'm fiddling around too much. I'm fiddling around too much. I should just stop myself. I'm so good at singing. That was something as well. Mm. I regret going on this tangent. Really? God bless America. Why is that not? Reducing reflection. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stop after this, like, touching up this black. There's no point in me doing this. I'm only creating problems for myself. I gotta take my own advice and leave things be. I'm not creating a masterpiece. I'm just doing a painting. All right, let's put it out. Okay. So normally I leave the palette cleaning to my OnlyFans, but we'll clean the palette now. Thank you. Yeah, 8.5 hours. I probably wasted a solid hour on stupid stuff, I think. But thank you. I know, I'm like, this is a part of the thing. It's like, you always want to, like, just keep on doing touch ups and fixing stuff when ultimately it's just like, it goes against my goal of learning and trying to get better. Yeah, I do what I do to have to get it done, but like, it's not necessarily about getting it done. Yeah. Thankfully, I don't have that issue. Um, but like I readily give the advice of leaving things be. Touch ups are largely, unless something is like fundamentally wrong or bad. So like if I look at this tomorrow and I realize, oh my god, this, something's out of place, right? Yeah, yeah, definitely, and um, so it's like I've told people this, but there's a lot of happiness to be gained by leaving things as they are and moving on. And considering my goal, I mean, I'm going to try and sell this painting. And if somebody wants to buy it, I will happily sell it to them. But the fact of the matter is, my first goal for every painting that I do is to learn something, to get better. First and foremost. Yeah. So it's like, I don't think looking for flaws is like a valuable thing, at least in the learning process. Or when I'm not doing like it's not like I have a list of commissions, but if I were doing a commission, I would obviously try and deliver what the person wanted. But this is just a painting of my own choosing, and I need to always keep in mind that I'm working on specific skills before trying to make a painting perfect. And not to mention, a lot of people. Yeah, I just missed. Well, that's why I force myself to take breaks, so I get my eyes off of the painting, and not to mention just standing up, but like getting your eyes off your own painting is valuable in process. Not to mention, I have specific lighting in here where I'm painting, so it's like getting your eyes out of this lighting into something else, and then coming back can help refresh. Refresh your mind. So I take steps like that. So it's too late now. I already put my paints away. I will live with it unless I see something fundamentally wrong. Oh, Jake, you're still up? Shit. Yeah, that's how I think about my process quite a bit. I'll spend a lot of time thinking about things that I think I did poorly, or things that could have gone, or things that I don't think I executed well. I spent a lot of time thinking about that stuff. Jake, why are you still up, man? Are you alright? Oh, of course. And I am a paint maniac, Dizdaz, and don't forget that. I'm a paint pervert. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Well, how do you like Jack Nicholson? And Jake, I got another moderator. Thank you, Diz. You're still a moderator, don't worry. But if you fuck up, Jake, you're out of here. I'm just kidding. You'll always be my moderator, Jake. You'll always be the first. Dizdaz, me and Jake have known each other since 8th grade. We're longtime friends. And so I'm pretty happy with the skin tones and the values in this. I'm not sure about this glass. I wish the glass. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to see it another time. I think to see if I like this glass or not. Really? You don't need to preface this. I can take criticism. So what don't you like about it, Jake? I think the likeness is there. Mouth is wonky. Nose looks askew, huh? I haven't gotten that feeling about the nose yet, but I could see the mouth. Well, if you see something, Dizdaz, I'm happy to hear it. You know, I see something about the mouth that one thing is here, wait, Jake, if you looking at the painting more straight on, I think this is more straight on for you. Do you still get that feeling? I see something about the mouth, though, that I would like to fix. Well, one thing that I think that is off is about the nose is right this region seems off, and maybe this side of the mouth should come up a little bit more. Like I think the mouth needs to go like that, like tilt a little bit that way. And there should be also a deep red right in the center. seems shorter or seems or needs to be down farther? I can see the right nostril needing to go down a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the things I see right now, this lip might, the mouth might be coming out a little bit too far this way. I need to tighten that angle, or I need to lower that angle in some of the shortness. Like there's varying lengths, and I need to get right in the middle. You know, the nose might need to be wider, a touch wider. Maybe not. That was this side. We'll see. I'll take another look at it in the morning. I definitely see some things in the mouth though that I want, or the lips specifically, that I want to fix. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate that, Dizdaz. It's more, it's part of the thing of like, you know, getting your eyes off of it, and I see things in the mouth. The problem is the color gets a little flat, so I need more transition into the black. Plus, there is a very deep red in the middle here that I just ignored. So I need to put like a, you know, it's basically a slightly above black red in the middle there. Um, so it's, I think it's the mouth, the lips. There's a hard transition to black. There's too hard of a transition between the black on the inside and the lips. And I think that's fucking with the mouth. Now some finer points is I think this angle needs to come down, like that needs to come down a little bit more, and this edge needs to come up a little bit more. So I brought this part of the mouth down. Yeah. You think the glass turned out well, Jake? Okay. I was curious about that because from my perspective, it's like it's tough for me to see it like as good, but I'll just fix those things in the morning though. It'll take 10 minutes. But I'm happy with the skin though. I think the skin turned out really well. I think the color is very, very good. Under the lip? Wait, upper lip needs to be like a tad bigger. Teeth don't need that much of a black highlight under lip. What do you mean a black highlight? Like you're talking about in between them? Good use, Dizdaz. There's no black highlight in between them. But I see there is a highlight, but it's just you're saying the highlight's too dark. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I should rest my eyes and take a look at this, and we'll go from there. Is there anyone I should raid? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think the right nostril needs to come down a tad, like a millimeter. So I largely agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely like going through this with a fine tooth comb. Yeah. All right. Do we want to rate somebody who's doing a watercolor? We'll do Diz Daz. Thanks for hanging out, man, and talking. I enjoy our little talks. Now it's time to rate out. Let's rate out. You as well. All right, we're gonna rate out. Her name's Killer Nen. She's doing watercolor. She's a really good drawer. She's drawn some interesting stuff before, so we'll just go there. Traditional art, yo. And make sure you embarrass me. But anyone else who's still there, I hope you have a wonderful night. Jake, have a good night. Yeah, no promises. But yeah, we're gonna rate out to Killer Nen. She's doing watercolors. I've watched her stream a few times. She's very, very good. All right. See everybody later. And thank you.